All right, ready?
Yes, good morning. We are live in council chambers, and before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps mark this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nicorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues on the committee. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford. Public Member Burrows. No, Public Member Burrows, Senator Getz, right? Okay. Public Member Mandamombe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And let me see if other colleagues are joining us. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
That is it for now. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Principe, you want to do that?
Sure, I'll move adoption of the agenda for the November 29th Audit Committee meeting.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the September 4th, 2024 Audit Committee meeting and the October 3rd, 2024 Special Audit Committee meeting.
Okay, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? I see none. Select items for debate. Who would like to start to select items for debate? Councillor Wright.
I would like to select 7-1 and 7-2, please.
7172. Just as Councillor, Member Mandamombe.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to select item 9.1,
Yeah.
item 9.2,
Okay.
item 7.7.
7.7. Okay.
Yes. For now.
Okay. Councillor Principe.
I'm okay. My items have been selected.
Okay, and Councillor Knack.
Debating selecting the other one. They were good. They were very good and thorough audits. All right. Yeah, we got a whole day technically scheduled. We don't have to spend a lot of time. Let's do 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6.
Okay, so 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 9-1, 9-2 are selected, and that means nothing to be moved on. To vote on. Request to speak, we have none. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. Inquiry, sorry? That should be part of, isn't that a part of the approval?
That was, yes, this was, yeah, it was adopted with the agenda.
Yeah, I thought we did, yeah, okay, yeah. Consular inquiries, none. Report to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. All right, we go into, so KPMG 2024 audit planning report will be time specific at 1:30, and the rest we will follow the order of the agenda. So we're going to start with 7.1, which is the Office of the City Auditor Recommendation Follow-Up Dashboard Report as of November 7th, 2024. Then administration's response to that. So 7.1 and 7.2 are cross-referenced. We will go over to our city auditor to make a presentation.
All right, thank you very much. You can jump to the next slide for me there. So here today I'm presenting our recommendation follow-up report as at November 7th, 2024. So the work to follow up on the recommendations is done by our lead auditors. The monthly reporting we do to administration and the preparation of the report we provide to you is done by one of our auditors, Jeannie Kim, and our acting deputy city auditor, Leslie Glasby, here. And the dashboard that you can get off of our website is managed by our data scientist, Alfred Apea. So on November 7th, we had 46 recommendations outstanding. Of those, 12 were overdue. We have received revised due dates for each of them. When we receive new due dates, we discuss this with administration and assess the reasonability given the information we are provided. All of the new due dates provided to us appear reasonable. As well, in the period since the last audit committee, we have closed 7 recommendations. And I can also tell you we have actually closed 4 more recommendations since we issued this report. And now, if there was any questions, happy to answer.
Okay. Councilor Wright?
Thank you very much. I did just have a couple. Thank you very much for the thoroughness and the follow-up on all these items. I'm just wondering, on the recommendations not yet due, there's a number, quite a number that are due at the end of December. Now, you said 4 of those have already been, and it's realistic then to assume that the others will meet those dates?
Well, we have checked in on all of those for sure, and actually we've closed 3 of those. One of the other ones we closed was actually due later.
The past due? Okay.
No, it wasn't even past due. It was actually due quite a while. They got it closed early, so
wow,
good for them. So we do know for sure there's 7 that are on track of the remainder, and then there's probably still 6 where they may not make that December 31st date. So there could be potentially some that go overdue by the next audit committee in February.
Okay, but yeah, so you have been in touch with all of them, and okay.
There's 16 that will be due in December 31st.
Quite a bit.
So we'll be busy in December, but we're looking to close probably at least 7 more.
Okay, awesome. Good stuff. And thank you for following up with those, I guess, ahead of time, too. I'm just wondering, on the civic agency governance one, governance and training requirements, and I didn't catch this on the email that came to us. The training requirements said that they were on page 2, but I didn't see the training requirements in the attachment. And I don't know if I should be asking that of you or to the clerk's office. Or...
We'll follow up on that for you.
Okay. And then that's all I have. Thank you again.
Yeah, but I forgot to ask administration if they have any comments on 7.2. Sorry, 7.1 as part of this cross-referenced before we go to questions.
I don't
Nothing
think
from
there's
me.
any.
Okay.
We're here for questions, though.
Okay, good. No, absolutely. Okay. All right, Councilor Rutherford.
Thank you. I just had one question, and it was about the 311 thing. I know it was due September 30th, and I had flagged it in August that I was following that one pretty closely, and then I looked at both the office, seeing that it's now due, I think in April. I'm just trying to pull it up right now for my e-scribe. In 2025, so it's going to be overdue. And then I read the description in administration's report, September 30th and now April 30th, 2025. And it sounds like there's, in the administration's report on the dashboard, there's sort of a compliance piece. So I guess I just wanted to get a little bit more understanding of what we've done, what we're doing between now and April to feel satisfied in closing that out. And that might be a question to administration. Because it says, like, they talk about compliance in your report, that you have some areas that are doing it and some areas that are not. So it sounds like it's already sort of rolled out slightly. The overall compliance rate of the business area has increased from 70% and stands at 85%, with some areas achieving full compliance. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what did we roll out, and are we just waiting to get that rate up across different departments?
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, that is exactly right. We're at about 85% right now in compliance, but we've got a bit of work to do in some of our more complex areas. So we've got more work around some technology and some complex process reviews that we have to go through, thus the extension to the end of April.
Okay, because I was like, I am still just hearing from constituents in the ward I represent about tickets being closed without explanation, like as frequently as a last week. So I guess, is there like certain areas that we're seeing like non-compliance still? Like, is it anecdotal? And you don't have to tell me what areas. I'm just wondering, like, is that the reason we don't want to close it out? Because we will still hear these stories as council about tickets being closed out without explanation?
Some of the areas just have, like I mentioned earlier, a bit more complex of processes that we're working through. That is one of the reasons why some of them are still being closed right away. But we are continuing to work with the areas where we can. Because
and we're not closing out duplicates, right? So like, how are we addressing duplicates then in this and assessing this with compliance? So if person A complains about a pothole, then person B complains about the same pothole, we're not closing out the second duplicate, are we?
So Councillor Rutherford, it's Caitlin Zarbeski with Parks and Road Services. So on the pothole side of things, we receive duplicates. They are closed with the status of a duplicate, and it references back to the original ticket. So if we have a pothole on 127th Street, for example, and we have an original ticket on that piece, we will reference back to the original ticket. So the resident—
But does that customer find out when that pothole is actually then addressed?
It will reference it back to the first ticket. The customer will see if it's addressed if they go in and look at the first ticket, either through the app or by calling into 311. They can see that the audit trail or the trail of what the statuses were in terms of when it was inspected, when it was repaired, or when if it was closed at that point.
Okay, so when this comes back in the next time and this is closed out potentially in April of 2025, what I'm going to ask from administration is some way to communicate that to the public, so that if somebody emails my offices and says my ticket was closed, I can say it should be linked to another ticket. You can go. So if that information can be shared with our offices so that we can guide residents in the right way, I'd be looking for that. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Mr. Madamombe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the city auditor and one for administration as well. So for the city auditor, just to confirm, looking at your slide, at the time it was presented, you had 44% completion rate. Do you have any specific target completion rates at any point in time?
So that's the recommendations that were closed on time. Yeah, so I mean, we target to close all of the recommendations eventually. The target for closed on time, I believe we're trying to get around 80%. So it's quite not there, but there's lots of different reasons for why things don't get closed on time.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to that, are you doing anything from the city auditor side to ensure that at least you're getting to the 80%, or do you have any plans in place to get to there?
Yeah, I mean, what we do have discussions, conversations before we finalize the audits when those due dates are provided. We do talk with management about the due dates. Sometimes they might change it based on our conversation, and sometimes they might not, and that's up to them. And then as we do follow up periodically in the period leading up to when we're about to close the recommendation, so that we're not actually catching anybody off guard, or that they're not doing work that we then think isn't going to implement the recommendation. So we try to catch things like that early. So that's sort of how we work it. In the end, though, we don't have control over the work that's being done by administration. We just can kind of keep that line of communication open with them, being open to discussions and looking at what they're doing and trying to implement the recommendations and why they can't implement them as well, and ensuring those are reasonable. And sorry, our target's actually 75%, not 80, sorry.
75. Yeah, and thank you for that, because from the audit committee side, I think the concern should be, how the overdue items are being addressed, and certainly, coordinating with the city auditor to understand, how, the initial risks are still being managed, if at all they still exist, so that's why I'm bringing about that question here. For the administration, my main question is, are there any performance measures being attached to, these audit items, just to make sure that at least the city auditor is getting support in completing these items? Because from my understanding, these implementation timelines are being proposed, in agreement between the city auditor and the administration. So why do we, keep having these timelines being moved, so may I have a response for that, please?
So maybe I'll start, and then I'll look to my other deputy city manager colleagues to add anything that I miss. I think it is an expectation of all of our areas that you close the requirement within the time stated. I think one of our struggles is when we are responding to a recommendation and we're accepting it, we're making a decision in that moment to set a date when we don't necessarily have all of the information on the sequence of steps required to close a step. And so when we request deadline changes, it is often because we've encountered a specific issue that requires us to have more time, or it is our initial response needs to be tweaked in a way that requires more time.
Okay, thank you for that. My request is, going forward, if we can have, at least from the city auditor, better tracking of the changes that are being made on the due date, because as I was reading, I was not able to tell like the new dates for some items that are now a year away from now, whether or not they've been changed in previous audit committee meetings as well. So if we can be, addressing the revisions so that we are able to better track how many times we have revised a specific item, we can have a more focused discussion around that, and then address the concerns that may be, arising from that as well.
Yeah, we can definitely include those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the grants and subsidies recommendation. So from my understanding, I'm just trying to see if my understanding is correct. The revised due date is September 30th, 2025. But is that because we will be doing the monitoring up until then, and then we'll get a report on that? Is that correct?
That's correct. So the date was revised to be more reflective of it, and we're actually going to complete the first round of compliance monitoring. So we have it effective in the policy now, and then for the remainder of the year, we'll be actually performing the compliance monitoring, and we'll be reporting back internally the findings of that by September 31st, 2025.
Okay, yeah, that was my only question. Thank you. I should say my other questions were actually answered already, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Marsohi. So, about the close recommendations, and thank you for the report. And we have 7 close recommendations since October, or since August 2024. So can you confirm there are 2 criteria you used to close the recommendation? Like one is a target timeline and one is implementation for the completion. That is.
Yeah, so we close recommendations when the intent of the recommendation has been met. That's the criteria that we use. So the auditors who do the audit work and understand why that recommendation was made will be the ones to follow up on that.
So once the implementation is done, and do you have specific metrics like performance measures to say the impacts? What's the impacts after the implementation? Because when I look at those few recommendation clause, for example, civic agency governance, and then we have 2 there. But what is the impact for the implementation? Is there any changes happen? So to meet the outcome, to meet the goal, why we audit them. So I have a little bit confused. I'm not clear to say what's the impact after the implementation.
We don't have performance measures to measure the impact. The impacts of those risks would have been identified in the audit reports. So these recommendations were made to address those risks and the impacts that we noticed during those audits. That's when they're closed. Those are the risks that we feel would have been mitigated through the implementation of the recommendations.
So here is the public question I received. This is why I'm asking this question. If we don't have the impacts, we don't have the changes to demonstrate after the audit work is done, after implementation work is done by the administration, and then how we reflect the original purpose for this audit. So that's the question I received over and over. That means we finish audit work, we finish implementation work, but there's no change. There's still same. So how we measure that, how we make sure their change happened.
When we don't close recommendations until the intent has been implemented. So a change would have occurred in order for us to close the recommendation. Once we close a recommendation, we no longer track that recommendation. We don't go, we don't do any additional audit work unless we were to do another audit in that same area.
Okay, so if the question comes, say, after the recommendation closed, but we still, or some public still feel like it's not meet the intended, and then how to get that item back to the auditing process again?
That would then have to go back into another audit. But I mean, I can say that we don't close recommendations unless we feel the intent of the recommendation has been made. After that, what happens after that? Yeah, that would have to be going back into another audit. So we would get that feedback, like we meet with you. To get that feedback and include it in the audit report. Actually, Stacy has some comments on this as well.
So, Councillor Rice, maybe the one thing that I would just add is when the intent of the recommendation, like when administration has done the work to close the recommendation and the city auditor has concluded that the intent is met, we then in our business areas assess, like we take that process and we determine whether we need to monitor or change any of our performance measures to ensure that that continues. And maybe I would just use the grants and subsidies audit as one. So once we've closed the recommendation, we've been through the monitoring process, we assess how will we measure our success in continuing to run the revised grants and subsidy procedures as an administration. So from after that, administration takes over and we incorporate that into our processes.
Okay, thank you very much. For the last 20 seconds, I have one more question. For the more than 1 year overdue, and is there any specific reason for that? Because that is involved our safety codes, permits, and inspection services. Why is the reason still like over 1 year overdue?
there someone from administration I can give a brief answer to that, which is they are
Can you
waiting.
come back to the next round, Councillor Rice? Yeah, please.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Yeah,
My time is out.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to follow up. I just want to understand the 311 process. So, as was explained, this is to administration. As was explained by on the pothole situation. So somebody calls in to complain about a pothole. That's the original caller. Then other people call, but the original caller's file remains open, but other files get closed, right?
That's great. That's correct, Mayor. So when the original ticket is our point in time of being notified that there's an issue on the roadway. So we actually track our service levels to that, and including in there is the duplicates.
Yeah.
The duplicates are also inspected to ensure that the condition hasn't changed. And if we need to reprioritize how we're servicing that or putting crews out there, that's also a factor in it. So it's not ignored. It's looked at, it's assessed, and then it's looped into the original ticket.
Right. The only challenge is that once the pothole is filled, the original complainant gets the information that has been fixed, right? Others don't, right? Is that the challenge I'm understanding?
Not necessarily. So the original ticket, the original complainant, if they submitted it through the 311 app as an example, they will see that their notification was closed. If they called it in, they would have to call back into 301 to get an update on it.
Okay.
Within the pothole realm, we do interim statuses. So any person who's complained about a pothole will see where it is in the life cycle of us repairing it, receiving it, to inspecting it, to scheduling it for work, and then completing it for work. But in the case of the audit, we're only talking about opening and closing tickets, whereas within the pothole side, we do more detail.
Yeah, just wondering, is that the process all the other departments follow as well, or just this is the roadways?
So we have some other areas within community services that also have duplication.
Yeah.
And currently, it is a similar process. However, they are looking at a technology solution to correct the duplication.
Got it.
So that, the original ticket and one that is exactly the same are treated a little differently, and there are more status updates along the way.
Mm-hmm. Is that quite a resource-intensive exercise? Like, I just want to understand. This is always administration is always trying to strike this balance. Okay, how many resources can we allocate, and what the outcome is going to be? Is that something? Is there a resource issue?
I would say it is resource intensive,
Yeah.
And that's why we're exploring a technology
Right.
solution to
Yeah.
try and correct this, and the extension of the timeline to the March timeframe.
Right.
To allow us to explore that and find something that is reasonable and low cost.
Okay, got it. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that, because, okay, yeah, good. Thank you so much for that. Okay, that is it. Sorry, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So I would like to give the time for administration or city auditor to answer my previous question.
Yep.
Councillor, can you just repeat the question? I think it was related to the safety codes permitting process.
Yes, so there are two recommendations more than 1 year overdue. And then this two is the number one. Number two is related to safety codes, permits, and inspection services. So there are two recommendations here, and then I just want to understand, have the information and publicly why it's overdue more than 1 year.
No, for sure. Thanks. So on recommendation one, which was aligning the inspections to our quality management plan, which guides our safety codes permitting and inspection process, and then the audit recommendation, which was similar. There is an alignment between when we update our QMP, which is regulated by the Safety Codes Council. And so there was just a misalignment in timing originally with the audit recommendation. So the delay in meeting the audit response for that recommendation was to align the two so that we weren't updating our QMP, which guides the inspection process twice, so that we only go to the Safety Codes Council once. So that's the reason for that delay. For the other delay around increasing the number of inspections that are within the scope of our AI risk-based model, we had some issues around highly specialized resources, human resources to do that this year. So we lost a member of our data scientist team, and it takes a while to recruit that because of the specialized knowledge and what goes into that model to look at those risk-based inspections. So that adds to some of the timeline in terms of increasing the number of inspections included in that risk-based model, which will be complete in Q1 of 2025.
Okay, so that will be reflected in the Q1 2025. And one is about the minimum number of the inspections. So one is the expand the risk-based inspections. So what I heard, and because the capacity in-house and it needs some like adjustment to do that work.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on 7.1 and 7.2. Councillor Wright, you want to move the recommendations?
Sorry, I move that the November 29th, 2024 Office of the City Auditor Report, OCA 02727, be received for information, and that the November 29th, 2024 Office of the City Manager Report, OCM 02735, be received for information.
Okay, so we have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing no one. So, Councillor Wright, you want to close?
Sure. Just thank you again for the work that you've done in working with administration and managing the workflow of those of the recommendations to being closed in a timely manner. And I do appreciate also the additional tracking that you'll be providing as per member Matamambe's request. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, you are on board? Councillor Rice? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. On to 7.3 and 7.4, and exempted by Councillor Knack. We'll go to our City Auditor to make a presentation.
Thank you. So we're presenting now our Facility Maintenance Services Audit. The audit team for this audit included Acting Deputy City Auditor Leslie Glasbeek, Senior Auditor Thomas Wong, Senior Auditor Tracy Lee, and Auditor John Bowers. The objective of this audit was to determine if Fleet and Facility Services Branch performs facility maintenance services effectively to meet client needs. This audit focused on the planning and delivery of maintenance work. Custodial services were not included in the scope of this audit. Overall, we found that the Facility Maintenance Services is committed to providing maintenance services to ensure city facilities are safe, functional, and compliant with regulatory and legislative requirements. However, we found areas where they can improve their effectiveness in performing facility maintenance services. Next slide, please. So we found that there are a variety of documents which state their mandate. These documents were not consistent with regards to completing capital work. Staff were not consistently providing a detailed description of the work performed in the computerized maintenance management system. They were also not recording the closure of work orders in the correct sequential order in the system, and the branch was using a variety of statuses from the system to mean that a work order had been complete. The branch does not have an adequate way to measure its workload capacity in order to accept new demand work. We also found that the monitoring of 4 persons and contract inspectors, time coding, hybrid work arrangements, and location could be enhanced to improve accountability and safety, and that branch staff are not always completing and reviewing the required safety forms. So we did make the 5 recommendations you see on the screen to address these risks. Our recommendations to clarify the mandate for the clients, update guidelines for staff, and track workload capacity will improve the effectiveness of the city's facility maintenance services. In addition, our recommendations to improve monitoring of work hours and location and to confirm the safety requirements are met will increase accountability and help ensure a safe working environment. I believe you have a presentation?
We do. Administration does have a presentation as well.
Okay, we'll go over to admin. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just waiting for the slides to come up. I can get started as that.
No,
Let's get pulled up. Just want to say good morning. Thank you for.
there you go. Is that the slide?
Yeah,
There you
this
go.
is
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to be here and to talk about this. So this is administration's response to the facility maintenance services audit. So with me today, I have Arjun Sharma, who's the branch manager of Fleet and Facility Services. We also have a team of folks from Fleet and Facilities, including Shona Lizzie, who is our director of facility maintenance services, Chad Tadry, who is the general supervisor of maintenance, and Ryan Williams, who's the general supervisor of planning and engineering. So this presentation will provide audit committee with the Fleet and Facility Services response to the Office of the City Auditor's report on FMS, Facility Maintenance Services. I will say working with the City Auditor's team has been great. They've identified things and all 5 recommendations have been accepted. So like the waste services report that we brought here last committee, we've been talking about it, saying like this is a great way to get a fresh set of eyes on how we do our operations. I agree that they are going effectively. We are working safe, but there's always room for improvement, and this has identified 5 different opportunities for us to do that. And so we are going to take these on and implement them, and we'll describe that a little bit more detail in this presentation. So I'll hand it over to Arjun.
Thanks, Craig. Next slide. The Fleet and Facility Services branch is responsible for providing safe, reliable, well-maintained vehicles and buildings to deliver the services Edmontonians need. The way the branch works and integrates with the other branches across the city and external partners can be visualized as a wheel of service delivery. Fleet and Facility Services has touch points across every branch in the city. The team is a center hub for fleet maintenance and facility maintenance for the organization, with spokes connected to each area. The first layer represents internal support to city branches and partners, in addition to external clients who then in turn provide programs and services for Edmontonians. The Facility Maintenance Services sections of our branch, or known as FMS, is a section within our branch that maintains over 900 city-owned facilities and hundreds of infrastructure assets with a current replacement value of over $7 billion. We also provide custodial services for facilities and infrastructure assets, including recreation centers, police stations, libraries, city-owned office towers, and transit shelters. Next slide. Like Craig, I want to thank the Office of the City Auditor for their work on this audit, and on behalf of administration, accept all of the auditor's recommendations. We appreciate that the overall findings include that the FMS section is committed to effectively performing maintenance activities to serve the organization's needs, with thoughtful recommendations associated with clarifying mandate, documentation, standard operating procedures, and enhancing safety. The work plan for recommendations provided is underway. Next slide. As mentioned on the previous slide, administration has accepted all of the recommendations, and work is underway via implementation plan over the next 18 months, with all actions to be completed by May of 2026. Next slide. As part of our implementation plan, Facility Maintenance Services will update governing documents, including City Policy A1403A, and is engaged in service level agreements and discussions with major clients. Standard operating procedures will be updated to provide clear guidelines for documenting and completing work orders within our maintenance system. A key performance indicator dashboard to track workload capacity will be developed and socialized. Lastly, Facility Maintenance Services will continue to improve their safety documentation. As a result of the previous core audit action plan, we have already made significant progress to our safety forums and monitoring since the time of the audit. Next slide. I wanted to finish off with a few quick thank yous before we go to questions. Thank you to Audit Committee for taking the time to hear administration's response to this audit. A big thank you to the Office of the City Auditor for their analysis, input, and collaborative approach in this audit. And lastly, I want to acknowledge and thank the over 400 staff within Facility Maintenance Services that helped the City Auditor's team locate documents, answer questions, complete surveys, and provide information to assist in their recommendations. This team works diligently every day to ensure that over 900 city-owned facilities are safe, clean, and functional, so Edmontonians can enjoy service programs as delivered by our client groups. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we'll go to questions. Councillor Knack, you exempt to this?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I don't have too much. I wanted to just double check, because the one thing that probably jumped at me the most for this audit was related to the sort of growth in the unplanned work side of things. And I'm not entirely sure, so that's not necessarily the scope of the audit, but it's raised a new set of questions for me about what's happening, how we tackle that, what are the tools. So I'm looking a little bit to the auditor first, but then I might come to folks in a minute to get a sense of, through that work, did anything jump out that you would flag on that? Because I'm not sure the recommendations entirely would tackle that particular piece of the puzzle.
So I'll start, and then I'll have administration jump in. Yeah, so you're correct. So the increase in planned work was not a part of the scope of the audit. We didn't see any issues with how work was being coded. I guess, was it planned or unplanned? Like that wasn't a risk that we found. I have sort of just high level reasons for that. Why maybe there's age of facilities leads to breakdown, because the unplanned is more around breakdown, but also demand work as well. So I actually do think that our recommendations will sort of help administration understand maybe a little bit around what's happening there, just as far as, number one, clarifying that mandate around demand work and what they accept and when, but also our recommendation around measuring their work capacity as well, right? Because they'll start to know, should we be accepting that demand work, or maybe we shouldn't be. Okay. So I think we can help out a little bit with this through the audit. Yeah, and I imagine to that point, and going to you, Mr. Sharma, it's the fact that we do have aging infrastructures, aging fleet, so that is likely to be a situation when you're not investing enough in renewal, looking at us for that particular piece, that you're going to see that continue to probably grow for the next little while?
Absolutely, Councillor Knack. That's exactly it. The aging infrastructure, as well as the challenges we're experiencing with renewal funding, definitely contribute to the unplanned work. The one thing I will add is that unplanned work is also a response to things such as vandalism or social disorder and the impact that has on our facilities. We have seen an uptick over the last couple of years in that, and are continuing to monitor that situation closely. That's fair.
The only other question I have, and maybe not the place to dig into it too much, but I'm curious about sort of how you're looking at different technologies to help with that. The last two CUTA conferences I've been to, we've now had presentations from multiple jurisdictions really talking about how they're using AI to help sort of catch those things before they ultimately become unplanned, so that they are able to do a lot of great work on that. We've seen spots that have been using that on their fleets in particular, and it's had a massive reduction in the number of sort of unexpected situations. So what are we looking at on our end to try to modernize some of that work to help you be able to have less unplanned work, recognizing we still need to do our job of funding the renewal work?
Absolutely, yes. We are looking both on the fleet and facility side at predictive maintenance via different technologies, including the use of artificial intelligence. We do have a fairly robust system on the facility side on most of our flagship buildings that monitors things like fan speeds, other controls that do provide us with a predictive sense of failures before they occur. On the fleet side, we are also exploring technologies to help us with a more efficient management program through the use of emerging technologies and sensors.
Okay. Do you have, I recognize that to make those changes, I think most of those spots that have made those changes, there is an upfront cost, but they've ended up saving, the payback has come very quickly because they've been able to more deliberately plan when they're doing repairs. So I guess the question is, in a tight budget where we're always doing this, do you have the ability to go and invest in the upfront cost of that technology solution so that you can get the payback in a couple of years, or do you need something from council in order to be able to, I hear you saying you're looking at it. The question is, what do you need to actually do it? Is there a funding conversation where we have to look at that investment, but then understand that it's a payback in 5 years and sort of bite the bullets, or?
I would say that would be a conversation for the next budget cycle. Okay. In this budget cycle, there is no dedicated capital profile for investment of predictive technologies for maintenance. It is something that we are working behind the scenes to investigate with our other municipalities, industry best practice, and there could be appetite to look at that during the next budget cycle.
Okay. All right. I'm out of time. I might come back around, but I'll find out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Yes, sorry. I'm just wondering about being able, with Enterprise Commons sort of, I don't know where it's sitting at right now, to do the follow-up with software implementation and that to track things, can it be done without Enterprise Commons being completed, or?
I'll start.
Okay.
Yeah, we are going to work with the business area as that becomes sort of more, if they can do things now before Enterprise Commons, that's what we would like. They can mitigate the risks that they have now, and they may need to change those things that they're doing when the system changes. But we did not want to wait until Enterprise Commons was ready to prevent having these risks being looked at, or even some interim steps being taken that you know, we could potentially close these recommendations, and then they would know moving forward that that would need to potentially be something that's addressed with the new system.
Okay, and you're nodding. Do you want to add comment? No?
I agree.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm glad to hear that. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, before we carry on with these questions, I want to welcome some students who are visiting us from Westbrook Elementary School and grade 6 class, right? And they are here with their teacher, Mr. Nordstrom. There you are, sir. Nice to see you. And Ward Papasteo. Councillor Jans is your ward councillor, but he is not a member of this committee. That is why he is not here today, probably doing other ward-related work. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you having fun? That's not really an excited fun. Like how much fun are you having? Are you having this much fun or this much fun? This much fun. Okay, well that is lot of fun. Are you here for the morning, for the day, or are you part of the week-long City Hall School? Just for the morning? Okay, and are you doing your mock council? Have you done it, or are you doing it right after this? So have you selected your mayor? Mayor Meda, you want to come down to the podium? Mayor Meda, do you use city facilities? Do you use, do you go to library, city rec centers? I'm going to put Arjun on the spot here.
Yeah.
You go to all those facilities?
Yeah.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
Are they well maintained and clean?
Yes.
See, here you go. Hey, here's to our staff, all the 400 people that work in those facilities. Kudos to them. So what are your topic of discussion at your mock council?
Whether the municipal voting age should be lowered to 16 or stay at 18.
Municipal voting age be lowered to 16?
Yeah.
Okay. That is pretty interesting topic. I think previous council had discussion on this, right, Councillor Knack? Yeah, we have, probably, invite Councillor Knack to your meeting and get some perspective on what the council discussed on that. Would you let us know what do you decide once you have that discussion?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much for joining us. And good luck. All right, I'm going to go to a public member, Maramombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for administration, very good presentations, and gave us better insights on the extensive work that was done behind the scenes as well. So I'm looking at the recommendations, your slide on FMS audit recommendations, which has the 5 recommendations. I, want to ask, because almost all recommendations are over, the implementation timelines are over a year away. So I just wanted to find out how comfortable you are, particularly with recommendation 1 and 2, which go away into 2026 and appear to be just updating governing documents and providing guidelines. Why would it take more than a year to implement these recommendations if they are important to you?
So the complexity and timeline associated with implementation of these documents has to do with the variety of different business areas and groups that we serve. Having detailed and dedicated service level agreements for different types of facilities and the usage of those facilities is an intricate piece of work that it takes time to accomplish. Now, these deadlines and implementation dates that we have provided, we are very confident in achieving. We will work to achieve these earlier if possible. And then the update to the city governing policy will also require extensive work with our partners in integrated infrastructure services to delineate and be able to put some, I would say, mandates around how we accept capital work, define capital work, and are doing capital work under the scope of maintenance.
Thank you for that. So would you say it's the same for recommendation 3, which requires the development of indicators? Does it also take a year to do that?
It's not only the development of indicators, which I think are present, it's the development of dashboards, but it's the socialization of that to staff members and members doing the maintenance work for them to understand the significance and the significance of implementation, as well as understand how to make sure that the work that we are doing on the demand side has that strategic lens of capacity within our workforce. So it's not just the development of the dashboards, it's also the training and the socialization of that. To get people into a room when we have over 400 staff, can't do it all at once. Generally, it takes a number of months to get small pockets in, trained on anything that we develop. Again, we are confident in this timeline that we've provided of December for this recommendation, but are striving to achieve it earlier than what is proposed here on the implementation date.
Can I just add to that as well? We also need time to see that those measures are being used and in place. So this is actually a great example of some conversations that we had around due dates, where we actually sometimes need to say, like, there's one thing to pick these measures, but there's another thing to see them in action and for us to actually see that they're being used. So we like to have that time in place once they've been decided and the methodology is determined as well before we fully close a recommendation.
Yeah, no, thank you for those comments. Certainly the separation between, audit verification and, the implementation by, the administration should be looked at, separately, because that way, the timelines become more realistic, because getting audit recommendations that are going beyond a year generally is not good practice. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on questions that or the possibilities that Councillor Knack raised around what is called predictable technologies that kind of, what is that what it's called?
Predictive AI.
Predictive, that can tell you, okay, this is where you need to do the repairs and how long can you do without, right? That's kind of thing is that allow you to better manage the what do you have?
Yeah, it allows for a couple of things, Mayor Soe. The first is moving from interval-based maintenance to maintenance based on real-time data.
Right.
And so not only could it suggest that maybe you're maintaining too much or too frequently, it can also help save failures before they occur when any threshold based on the censoring technology gets out of whack.
Right. So I might be going away from the audit, but I think it's important for us to, like, if you said you're going to be bringing forward some, funding recommendations part of the next budget cycle, but I think in order to socialize this concept and raise the awareness, like this is first time I'm kind of hearing about this, seems promising. I think what are you going to do from now till that budget process to kind of socialize, raise the awareness about and the potential of these technologies, and also the cost benefit analysis in a way that you are presenting good information that will allow council to make that informed decision?
So we're not waiting until the next budget cycle to investigate these technologies. We are already running a variety of these technologies on a smaller scale, just to understand what the actual impacts are in terms of maintenance savings, failures, et cetera, both on the fleet and on the facility side of our business.
Right.
What we want to investigate and get a handle on is what technologies are working, where are we seeing the best return on investment possibilities before we look at wider spread implementation or coming back to council with any recommendations for funding.
Right. Okay, that's good. So that will give you some learnings. But where I want to understand better is just kind of a public awareness of these things as well, right? That you're looking at those and how effective they are. So there's a way to build that. Like in order for us to look at budgets, we also need to kind of public to come along, right? Those and the benefits of those technologies and so making upfront investments for reaping benefits in the future is always a challenge, right? But if there's a good information and data to tell that story, I think just building that awareness, that's where I'm going. Good. And I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Yeah, I guess just closing the loop on that piece, because I think the predictive AI technology is probably most beneficial in the branch you're working in, but I think there's a lot of value sort of throughout most of the operational side and probably some other departments. So I guess I want to get a sense of, like, I remember hearing it first, Saskatoon. So are you talking with other municipalities? So Saskatoon is the one that I heard about a year ago that's been using it on their fleet. They have been seeing some pretty substantial positive results. I think at that time they had already been using it for a year, so they now have about 2 years of data. So are you having conversations with other municipalities that have been putting that in?
I can start from my time back in LRT, operations and maintenance. We kicked off a project probably 3 or 4 years ago to look at predictive maintenance in terms of like what are the different sensor flags that could give us information to say like let's replace this component or part before it breaks and we have more expensive repairs. And so to answer that question, we have and are doing having conversations across the city, but other cities as well through failing to remember the name. I want to say AIM, Alberta Machine Learning.
Oh,
Amy.
Yeah.
With certain conferences, and how do we learn from other municipalities and private sector and exploring different opportunities. I don't know if we're at the point yet where we have like evidence to point to say here's the quantifiable benefit that we've been able to reap from this just yet, but there has been work in this field for a number of years and working across areas.
I guess I'm wondering if we're in a bit of a chicken and egg situation here, in the sense of so we're sort of looking at it, we're analyzing it. There are other municipalities that have enacted it and have hard data to then sort of reference back to now. What do we need to make sure, so I get that maybe we can't do it across the entire branch tomorrow, but is there something that we can do to do a test in, the bus fleet next year so that by the time we're ready to have the next 4-year budget deliberation, you're ready to go? I appreciate there's still probably even a cost with that. But I guess I'm wondering, do you have those financial resources to be able to even do a test to help inform that versus just an analyzing of data or a cross-reference from other municipalities right now?
I think everything, I'll let Arjun elaborate further. From what I'm aware of so far is we're leveraging existing operating budgets, like small scale, what are the types of things that we can do to try to build that like database to say, and then administration would already be bringing forward a business case if it made sense that we could say, here's the investment and the return on that investment in order to do it. So I would say that work is already underway, and then when we do have the evidence to point to, like, hey, here's the budget that we would need in order to get this benefit, that would come forward.
Okay, so I'm going to ask it one just to be sure. So what I'm hearing is that there are no barriers today for you to go forth with some scale of that work to help get to the point where you could build a more fulsome business case. There's nothing needed from our end, because that's really the main question I want to know. Like if you feel like if you had extra $50,000 that would allow you to go and invest to test the fleet in this garage to better inform. Do you have that ability to do that today, or do you need, if there was a small sum of money, do you have the ability to come to council and ask that question to inform that? I know we're in a tight budget deliberation, but I also don't want to miss an opportunity for what could be a really small scale investment to set us up for a much more beneficial financial picture.
I think we've got enough flexibility where,
Okay.
there's been small scale grants, and I'll pass it to Stacy here in a second, but there's been opportunities for us to apply on grants, leverage existing operating budgets to explore these types of opportunities at a smaller scale before it's requiring any sort of large scale investment. So without going further, I'll just ask Stacy to jump in. Sure.
So I think everything that Craig says is correct. We have within our authority as administration to move our budget around, to make the decisions that we need to make to operate more efficiently.
Okay.
Should the scale of those things be larger, we would have to come back and check those things. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that we're managing a budget deficit.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're very careful that we do not spend unless we know that we will be able to get an outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Nobody else on the board? I can move receipt of information for these. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. For both items, yeah? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have motions on the floor. Anyone to speak? I want to quickly say a few words. I asked that question to possibly the future mayor of the city when the class came and asked them how they experience our city facilities, right? I think that's really good validation of the good work that 400 employees in your area are doing. I consume those services as well. I go to libraries, I go to rec centers in Southeast and, Bonnie Doon and others, right? And I see them well maintained. I see them well cleaned, right? So I want to acknowledge that, and please do convey my appreciation to all the employees that are working, along with many other employees in our city as well, right? So for the good work of how you're running our city and touching people's lives by providing those front-facing, good quality public services. I also want to, I think this is, I am actually seeing a lot of, in a good way, how you're articulating how you're embracing the recommendations from the auditor with openness and curiosity, and to excel at what you do. I think that is so remarkable. And I see in other departments as well, right? I think that collaboration that you have been able to build with auditor and the other departments have been able to do gets such good results. And I want to acknowledge that and appreciate you for doing so, your department and everyone in the city. Just wanted to say that. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Knack to close.
No, I'll just echo your thanks and appreciate sort of the latitude to talk about something that wasn't necessarily part of the audit, but I think can help this area and many of our areas as we go forward. And so, just saying out loud, I think what we already sort of touched on is that what I don't want to be in a situation of, and I think Ms. Padbury covered it, but is that we're so tight fiscally, which I appreciate, that we are maybe avoiding or taking almost little of a step into some of these areas that could help us do a better job. So I want us to be aware of that, and I would want to caution ourselves that we're not setting up such a message that we're creating an environment where maybe administration doesn't want to take a chance on investing. And again, I think in this case on predictive AI, I actually don't think it's a chance. I mean, again, I'd be curious as a follow-up to Saskatoon in particular, but when I got to learn through their case study, it seemed like they were doing they were seeing some pretty massive benefits very quickly. So just knowing that, I just want to make sure that we haven't created an environment where we're almost too timid on investing in technology in a small way that can help make sure we're seeing big returns on how we maintain. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that was 7374. Moving along. 7.5 and 7.6, again exempted by Councillor Knack. We'll go to City Auditor for a presentation.
Thank you very much. So next up is our fraud risk management audit. Fraud risk management is a proactive approach taken by an organization to mitigate exposure to fraudulent activities. The audit team included Acting Deputy City Auditor Leslie Glasbeek and Auditor John Bowers. Leslie's other job is our Audit and Investigation Manager, and John is also an investigator, and both of them are certified fraud examiners as well. And we did also engage an external subject matter expert for this audit. The objective of this audit was to determine the maturity level of the city's overall fraud risk management program against best practice. Overall, we found that the city has some parts of a fraud risk management program in place. However, it lacks some of the necessary components of a mature formal program. This is reflected in the maturity assessment for each of the 5 core components of the fraud risk management program that you see on the screen. The city is in the developing phase for fraud risk governance, the basic phase for fraud risk assessment and fraud control activities, the established phase for fraud investigation and corrective actions, and the basic phase for fraud risk management and monitoring activities. Next slide, please. So to address the key risks associated with remaining in these phases, the city will need to establish a fraud risk management program that includes assigning an overall owner to fraud risk management, guiding documents for risk assessment, monitoring control, investigation and corrective action, and assessment of the program's overall effectiveness, a defined fraud risk appetite, fraud awareness training that ensures employees are aware of their role in fraud prevention and detection, risk assessment methods that include process to identify risks and controls and monitor and evaluate those controls, and update the Fraud and Whistleblower Administrative Directive. So we did make the 5 recommendations you see on the screen to the City Manager and the Financial and Corporate Services Department to facilitate the development of a defined fraud risk management program. Implementing a well-defined fraud risk management program will help the city identify current and potential risks, associated controls to mitigate those risks, and assess the severity of incidents. This includes the tracking of fraud risk monitoring, which will assess the program's overall effectiveness and evaluate the performance of a fraud risk management program. And any questions? Actually, Stacey, you had some comments first?
I don't have a presentation. I would just say that we accept all the recommendations and we've commenced the work to respond to them.
Thank you. Councillor Knack. Oh, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Thank you. So, great audit, clearly needed and pertinent. Figure 1 I found really interesting in the report from the city auditor that talks about the risk management maturity score, and how for example, on many of the things, including the risk assessment, the control activities, and the monitoring, we're at a basic maturity. I guess my question to the auditor is, do these recommendations get us further along in that spectrum, would you consider? And what does it look like at the advanced level or the established level? Like, how do we do we have targets in terms of hitting the maturity score?
So I'll actually just start to say, so the recommendations we made, that really depends on how they're implemented as to whether or not administration moves on that maturity scale. So there's certain things that we've recommended, for example, with the whether or not they say embed fraud risk management within enterprise risk management. So that could potentially move up 1 level, or if they made it its own program separately, that could move them up maybe 2 or 3 levels. Where they want to be on the maturity scale, it's really a decision of management to decide that and how they implement these recommendations. So this audit was about saying where are you at on this maturity scale? some key risks were identified and we're making those recommendations, and there was conversation with administration around those as well. So just want to say, like, we're not, in this audit, we're not saying you need to be at the leading practice level or you need to be advanced or even established. It might be okay to be at the developing or the basic level with these increased, with these recommendations implemented and a fraud risk management program in place.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that you mentioned in here, and I definitely am familiar with this from my work in administration before, was this, the city's fraud risk appetite. So is that where you're like linking with, like, we don't necessarily have to be at leading practice depending on what, and can you talk a little bit about what the fraud risk appetite actually is?
Yeah, so the fraud risk appetite, like I said, at the moment it's not, it's not been set, but this is essentially sort of the amount and type of risk, fraud risk that you're willing to accept, or at what point do you put in type of different controls in place and what level of control. And
that's usually monetary, right? Like that would be a monetary.
Yeah, I was going to say those controls can cost money as well. And so you need to, so where we're landing is you need to know what your risks are and then figure out what are the controls. So we're not saying too, I'll say that there aren't controls in place against fraud in the city. There are, but they're not tied back to risk. And that's what we're looking for, and to see if there's controls they could add or controls they could change in order to address the risk based on the appetite.
So I guess to administration, in defining the city's fraud risk appetite, do you engage with, or do you foresee engaging with council or having a conversation with, let's say, executive committee?
So I think at the end of the day, we would test what the fraud risk appetite is with council, and so part of our work is to look at embedding fraud risk into the larger enterprise risk management. So I think we'd take the opportunity for the reporting on the enterprise risk management reporting to come back to you with our thoughts on what the fraud appetite is. But I do think it's something we'd want to test.
Okay, and then every year, I know it's a bit different. It's like, we get from the audit, I think it's actually this committee that gets that risk assessment from administration every January.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is there any way, could this graph and sort of the maturity or scorecard be something we also integrate into that? Is that a potential?
I think it's a potential. I think what we'll do is we'll build out what we think a holistic fraud risk management program looks like and determine what are the appropriate reporting mechanisms on the basis of what we've chosen to build out.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So it looks like, according to that maturity scale, once we identify a fraud, it's well investigated and taken care of. It's just the matter of identifying them, right? That's where we're basic.
Well, yeah, I guess. Definitely the investigation corrective action. So we can say, the level of sort of appetite for when we know about a fraud is low. We get on that right away. Any potential frauds that are brought to the attention of our officer investigated thoroughly as well. And it's just more, like I said, it's around that sort of comprehensive fraud risk management program that's going to, and implementation of that's going to move you on that scale.
So even with those couple of examples that were provided of frauds that that the city has experienced, was there nothing was sort of put in place to help identify going forward these things happening?
No, there is. So there are sort of some training that's in place. There's conflict of interest and code of conduct training, but we are seeing that education could be improved, and potentially with certain groups in the city as well around the prevention and detection. I don't know if you've noticed too, just recently in a newsletter to all city staff, we also reminded again about how to report fraud, how to identify it. So there is some things happening. We think that can just be improved as well, because that's how we find out a lot of times, right, is through people identifying it.
Okay, and I think in the report you also identify it's not just like theft of funds or anything like that, fraud happens in other ways. Okay.
I do just want to be clear, like, we have preventative and detective controls for fraud. I think the feedback here would be that we often focus on monetary or financial reporting fraud, and a more holistic view tied to the risk is, I think, what is being asked of us.
Okay. Okay, and that's good, because, yeah, it does happen in other areas or other ways. And I'm just wondering, the report also talks about some of the actions being taken could also include benchmarking of other municipalities. So there has been no sort of jurisdictional scan as to where other municipalities sit that's been done?
So, I mean, as far as their fraud risk management programs, no, that's very difficult to get that specific of information. I can say, though, even within our office, we are collaborating and talking with other city auditor offices, because sort of the recording of, or doing the investigations and reporting on that is consistent across many city auditor offices. So we're actually looking at doing some benchmarking there. It's just new. We know fraud happens in other cities as well, though, so there could be some additional types of information we could get.
So drawing on learnings from other organizations and also sharing our learnings with them.
Yeah,
okay.
and I believe that would be happening as well for the major ones that come out into the public.
Okay. Well, great, thank you, and I hope to see that maturity scale advance then over the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question about the fraudulent behavior. So, and this is kind of, I'm going to refer to a report that we received from an executive committee that we haven't had a chance to discuss yet. But in there was a supplier performance management evaluation criteria. And in it, there were some behaviors that I'm not sure if they would be considered fraudulent or not, but basically not performing at all, not performing the work at all, not completing it, things as such. And the scoring, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it or if you've seen it. There's a scoring of 30. So I'm trying to get an understanding, and it's not fair to do this to you, sorry, to the city auditor. Ms. Padbury, you might be familiar with this, I'm not sure. I'm trying to get an understanding. If someone gets a score of 30 for fraudulent behavior, it doesn't seem a very productive type of scoring. But I'm not sure if that's what it is, and I'm not sure if that's something that could be looked at in this as well.
Yeah, so that was the report that we never got to this week at executive committee, and like, we'll happily answer the questions on the specific supplier performance management and the tool and how it's used. I probably don't have, I would need my team to be able to walk you through exactly how that's done, but I think I can address what you're asking me at a higher level.
Yeah, and I'm not asking, like, just if that's something that, you could look into and see and take into consideration, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think when we do this work, we do aim to look holistically. So what is missing from the code of conduct that needs to be in the code of conduct? What needs to be in our supplier performance management so that there is a way to identify fraud, address it, deal with it? How are we assessing that risk through our contracts, our controls on the procurement side? So I think we do a lot of different things, but what we haven't done is tie them together into a holistic framework. And so that's the work that we're going to be doing. And then the education component of that, helping our folks understand what the red flags are. When you see this, what could that be indicative of? Why should you report that?
Okay, excellent. So it sounds like that is being taken into consideration as well. Great, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Public Member Martamombe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation to the City Auditor. A question for the administration. Looking at, looking back, have you come across any areas of fraud that can be publicly discussed And if so, is there any formal reporting that's gone through to various levels of administration? Because I don't recall, from my short time I've been on audit committee, seeing any fraud type reports that are coming through.
Actually, I'm going to answer that one, as that would come through our office. So, yeah, we have done some public reporting on frauds. I think we've listed an example in the report from 2020. We also do report on them in our annual reports as well. So that's the only time we have. We do have our fraud and misconduct dashboard as well. That's public. That's really it doesn't give a lot of the details, but just shows sort of the amount of investigations that are happening and what's been substantiated or not substantiated, but control weaknesses identified, and sort of some high-level categorization of that information as well as on there. But our main mechanism is through our annual report, and then if they are, like the one we from 2020 was a very large, large fraud. I think it was around 1.6 or 1.9 million. That one we did do a report from our office and had that come to audit committee.
And thank you for that insight. Do the reports end up coming through the audit committee as well?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's just I don't recall seeing any, fraud-specific type reports,
Yeah, so 2020, I don't remember if you were on the committee then, and then it would be in our annual report each year.
So are there plans to, bring one forward, say this year or next year?
Yeah, we'll have an annual report for 2024 that we will bring in April of 2025.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. What are the mechanisms available for city staff to alert administration or city auditor of fraud allegations of fraud?
So they can report those directly to the city auditor through the fraud and misconduct hotline.
Okay.
They can also report those to their supervisors, who could potentially report those to deputy city manager, and those would then be provided to my office as well.
Oh, got it. And so all the fraud allegations come to city auditor, or the administration deals with them as well as they are made aware?
They should all come to my
all
office.
come.
Yeah, and we may not do all of the work. There might be some work that's done through other parts of administration, but we are the ones who are tracking it and reporting on it as well, and have the expertise on the investigation side.
Okay, so that mechanism is available, and that's widely known. Like I know people are aware of the hotline. What is it called?
The fraud and misconduct
fraud
hotline.
Misconduct. Yeah, right. And that is also available to public too, right?
No. That is an internal one. So the public can report fraud through 311 or through the city auditor email address that's on our website.
Oh, I see.
Or maybe through other mechanisms if they want to go to council or administration. Okay. Those should eventually all come towards my office as well.
Got it. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, because it's just an afterthought. I wanted to understand if at this point the city auditor is just able to briefly provide some common themes that come across on the fraud front, just so there's awareness.
I can answer that. Common themes that we see is time theft. Employee time theft, so not doing the work during time, and if they are altering documents or trying to cover up, that would be fraudulent. Conflict of interest is a big thing, is having conflicts with either contractors or other suppliers or side businesses. That's one we see. There is misappropriation of assets, of information. That's a category we would see. When we, a lot of these things, when we investigate them, it's a little bit of a materiality, whether we will bring them forward as a completely separate report, like the $1.8 million fraud a few years ago, versus reporting them in our annual report where there's a smaller write-up of them. Those are kind of major buckets of categories we see. Procurement. In procurement, there's always kind of a watching out for the but procurement has a lot of controls in place, I do want to say, for a collusion between contractors.
Thank you for that insight.
Thank you so much. That concludes the questions on this. We'll go to Councillor Knack. You selected it. You want to move it?
Sure, why not then? I'll move receipt of information on both.
Okay. All right, we have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? And to close? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 7-7 is 130 times specific. So can someone move that we go in camera?
So moved.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you 5 minutes to
Thank you. We are live online.
We are back in public. Okay, can someone move the recommendation in 9.2, please? Please?
I do so move.
Yep, thank you.
The recommendation that the November 29, 2024 Financial and Corporate Financial Services Report, FCS 02665, be received for information, and that the November 29, 2024 Financial Services Report, FCS 02665, remain private pursuant to Section 16, disclosure of harmful to business interests of a third party, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So on 9.1, we would have to move first to make those reports public, right? Or what? Nancy, guide us, please.
If you don't pass a motion to keep it private, it is public.
Oh, I see, okay.
You will pass a motion to keep the discussion private, but the reports will be
Okay,
public.
so we are back on 9.1 now. And questions to our city auditor and team on 9.1, which is the 2025 annual work plan. And I'm going to go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question I have is in regards to the parking audit. Here we go on page 5 of attachment 1. And my question is, my question is coming up next week. One of the recommendations from administration was the removal of the parking machines, the pay stations. And I just want to know if that would affect this audit in any way.
Councilor Principe, I don't think so. Like when we do the audits, they're at a point in time. So when we start this audit at that point in time, we'll do another risk assessment and look to because there's lots of components kind of here that have to do with parking and figure out which ones we want to audit specifically. So, things are changing all the time, but once we start the audit, we can better evaluate the impact of decisions that have been made since we've put this in the plan. But I don't think it would negate us from doing this audit.
Okay, all right. Would it be something that you would audit? Would that be a part of the audit to see the necessity, like if it would be recommended to keep, like maybe, public isn't supportive of the removal of them? Would that be something that would be included in the audit?
It would definitely be included as part of the planning for the audit. And like I said, we do have to narrow the focus of the audits through planning. So if there was a risk there that we felt there was value from additional audit work and recommendations could be made, then it would be. But it could potentially also be scoped out if, and I'm not 100% sure what it is, but there could be, reasons why we don't think the audit will add a value to that particular risk or it's already been dealt with. So there's nothing to audit anymore potentially. So.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you for that answer. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. With the advisory projects that you're doing with the municipal election, I'm just wondering about the risk sort of related to the manual counting as opposed to tabulators. Is there any previous audit that you've done, like with tabulators in place? I'm wondering, like, can you compare the two?
It's going to be a different environment. Our work in the past that provided assurance around the election results was really predicated on the testing, on the logic and accuracy testing on those tabulating machines. Okay. So with removing those, we're pretty reliant on the controls that elections office will put in place around the manual counting. So
okay, but I guess what I'm trying to assess is it a higher risk with manual accounting as opposed to maybe a technical error in the tabulator?
Probably, like we could validate those tabulators through our work. We could provide that level of assurance that there weren't going to be errors with those. With a manual count, we don't know what the controls are going to be put in place by the clerk's office at this point, but that would be part of the proactive work that we do, would be providing any advice around those controls if we saw gaps there. So we would be helping them to ensure that there would be enough controls in place to
so that
definitely
those risks
rely on that. And that's where I believe they would like to be, and that our support will help with that. But it wouldn't be to the level we were able to provide for the tabulators, because we were able to provide assurance level on those, and we won't be able to do that for manual. We don't, I mean, I don't have enough staff, and it's to be out at every count location or anything like that.
And overseeing each count. Yeah, okay, I can understand that. And there's, room for human error, I guess. Okay, and then on the advisory project for the development permits, is it more so going to be that whether the automated system isn't missing things, or would you also be assessing user, are the right people using the system?
I don't think either of those would be ruled out as we go into the work with them. I think this will be sort of to help support them as they have rolled out the tool, but potentially to roll it out to additional users as well. So I think that would be covered.
Okay, to get a wider audience. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. And then the IT governance one, that is an actual audit, right? It's not an advisory. Yeah, okay. So you're already underway with that, and do you anticipate a due date like early?
Oh, no, sorry, we have not started any of these. These ones have to be approved first.
Oh, sorry, the IT governance, but there's other audits underway that are related to the IT governance?
Oh, sorry, those are related to the corporate objective, the same corporate objective as IT governance, which is manage the corporation. Sorry, they're
okay.
Those are the two that are underway, but not relating to IT governance.
Whoops. Oh.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that though, because one of them, the tax audits. Taxation, they're both in progress, and taxation assessment collection system governance is some IT governance in there, but it's only related to that particular project.
Okay.
Whereas the other audit will cover all of IT governance.
Okay. And so that's just the governance, that won't necessarily be the external user, like, because you've got on there user experience and compliance.
Yeah, that's a different audit as well, too, not necessarily meant to be tied to IT governance, but the Ariba, that's another audit in progress. It is relating, we've just started it, so I don't want to say too much, but it would be, it will be related to the specifically users of Ariba, so not a system audit, but the users and how they're using it, and are they getting the value through it that way.
So internal and external.
Yeah.
So if vendors are using that to submit their invoices and that, you'll be doing an audit on how they see that experience?
You will be getting some feedback around that, and the audit, I mean, we can only audit the city, so if we're making recommendations, it would be towards the branch, more likely the procurement branch around that. But
and
we're
how
definitely
they could
looking to
change
get
process or something. Okay.
Get some feedback from external users.
Okay, awesome. Because that Ariba is also a part of the SAP.
Yes.
Company or a package. Okay. And I guess my time is up. Okay, thank you. Oh, and I am the chair. So, all right, Mayor Sohi has left me this wonderful responsibility. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to dig in a little bit more, because I think what you said is something that I think really needs to be on the public record. In the past, with Edmonton elections, the city auditor provided assurance. Now, without the use of tabulators, you can no longer provide assurance, but only advisory functions to the elections office.
Yes, that's correct.
That is significant, and I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. That's, wow. Is all I'll say. For the neighborhood renewal program one, I guess I was confused as to what, like, we've had a lot of conversations on neighborhood renewal recently as a council, and even further subsequent motions that have come from that conversation that recently happened. How will this audit be different? And then I was confused by the related audits in progress because it talked about affordable housing funding and dedicated transit, accessible transit. And I didn't see how those were related to neighborhood renewal.
So I'll start just with answering that. They're not related. They're meant to just show that there are other audits relating to that same objective that we already had from our plan last year.
Oh,
yeah, we'll maybe work on making that clearer next time we put the plan together. Those are already in progress audits, nothing to do with the new audits. And for the neighborhood renewal audit, understanding that, a lot of information has been coming forward to council. We will consider what that information was when we do the planning for the audit. I spoke about before, there's a lot of planning looking for risks. This is a very big program, so potentially the audit could scope some areas out, or potentially we scope some areas in depending on the information that's come to council or the decisions that get made because of that information as well. So we don't want to be duplicating the work of administration, but there is a different approach that we take when we do an audit of a program, and the type and the way that we provide information and findings can be different.
Will you look, when you talk about effectiveness and efficiency, will it look at sequencing with other work that's happening? So for example, with EPCOR, with ATCO, with all of the, will it look at sequencing, or will that be considered as part of the scope conversation?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And capital project, I wanted to ask a bit of questions on this because I know that I've definitely brought up this, and again, we're having lots of conversations on capital projects. Why did you decide on small or medium scale capital projects? And I'll start there, and then I have a further subsequent questions.
Yeah, we did this one on looking at small or medium because we actually thought that those ones were ones where we hadn't done audits before, that the larger ones, sometimes they take so long as well, and this way we could look to potentially a completed project as well if we look on the smaller scale projects, or there could be differences on how those are going through the PDDM as well, and so that we could focus on that. So it was more, and we did, we have done audits already in the past on larger scale projects, so it was more because of that, not any other real particular reason.
What larger scale projects have we done recently?
We did what we could on the Valley Line LRT, and we did the police North Campus, I believe it's for that one.
But that was actually quite a while ago, because that was definitely before
report. Yeah, but
before I was elected.
We did that one. So we just felt that there could be potentially more value from an audit on the smaller scale ones, and they haven't really been looked at from our side.
So I'm going to run out of time, so I'll probably have to go for a second round. I don't see anybody else online, so at the chair's discretion, I don't know if you want me just to say it's my second round now.
Well, no, because I wanted to have a second round first.
Sure. Okay, I'll stop here and then just save it for my second round.
Okay, and I will be quick. Thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford, and I should have put my name on the board. I apologize. So I'm looking also now at the council and council committee report validation. And I recall just in this term that we did receive a report on that. So you're doing it again?
We're not going to do the entire audit that we did that time. That one also included readability, but we are going to do again the validation and the objectivity review as well. This is just to give, again, more assurance around, this is how council gets information from administration, right? And the accuracy of that information is very important. And this would just be to show that we've implemented it. They've implemented the recommendations from that audit, and a bit of time will have passed, and we'll choose new samples, different reports, and find that whether there's that validity there and accuracy in that information as well.
And will we sort of get a comparison too as to what the results were last time around compared to how things have improved now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to that one and to see the improvements that have happened. Okay, and I will yield the rest of my time to Councillor Rutherford for her second round.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So just keeping on the track of the capital projects, 2 further questions, like, because one of the things that I worry about is these projects, and I don't think the scope of any of the big scale ones have gotten into like projects that have owner's engineer and the subcontracting and the subcontracting and the subcontracting. Like, quite frankly. And I don't see that anywhere. Did you contemplate that? Why was that in or out of this annual work plan? Was it, yeah.
I think that could be picked up potentially if that's the case in one of the projects that we choose, and we will sort of do a risk assessment.
The problem is that only big projects have
We're going
owners.
to see that in big yeah, so.
I mean, you could do subcontracting, I'm sure in medium scale projects would have contractors and then subcontractors and probably subcontractors. But I know when you get to an owner's engineer, there can be literally like 6 layers of subcontracting. Right? That's a lot to account for. So that's where I just think, and those are big money amounts. In light of, you know, for example, we're seeing Yellowhead come for a budget ask adjustment and they have an owner's engineer. I have questions, as an example. So I just, that one, and then I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Councillor Stevenson too, because she just messaged me she couldn't be here today because she's in a commission meeting for the police. But she also asked about the capital project. Have you considered looking at some of the capital composite profiles and how they're utilized? Because we feel like there's a lot of composite profiles that maybe are not owned necessarily by IIS, they're owned by different areas. And so there can be a lot of inconsistency in how those composite profiles on the capital side are used.
So to answer the composite program, it was one that was on the radar, I guess, and on the short list when we developed this plan. I think one way or the other here, but we went with, we want to look at these sort of small to mid-sized capital project. You're right, there was risks that came out in discussions for all 3, large capital, medium, small, composite. Neighborhood renewal is also on there, which we would consider a large capital project as well. So that piece is partially covered through that. So through, you know, the discussions we had even through with ELT, that we landed here, but not to say that there isn't risk in other areas that we're not going to cover through this audit plan.
No, I guess my question was just, I guess, you know, as committee kind of looking at whether we agree with this, these priorities are really good. And I defer to the expertise of our amazing city auditor. But I wonder if, like, for example, the small to medium scale capital project and neighborhood renewal are both needed, or should it be neighborhood renewal, which will get to a lot of the same things, and the composite profiles. So I guess I wanted to understand the trade-off conversations. I mean, if this is what you recommend and you stand behind this, I don't want to adjust. I do wonder about, you know, in light of some of the conversations we're having, if some of these other ones aren't pertinent for 2025.
And I don't disagree. We did have to make a decision here on which one we were going to choose based on the information we had at the time, but also happy to defer to the committee as well if they'd like us to change that, because they were both on our, like I said, on our short list.
Okay, if you were to recommend which, like if you were to swap one out, let's say for composite profiles, I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but hypothetically, if we did, which would you think would be best to swap out? Are they the same amount?
Yeah, I would swap out either the capital project or the neighborhood renewal projects. We also do like to not overload one particular department or branch with audits. So we have 2 sort of heavy IIS department audits here. If we were going to add one more, I would remove one of those 2.
Good. And I just want to say I was excited to see the council and council committee report validation. So this is going to be the exact same methodology that was used in the last time this came to audit committee to see how and if through random sampling, those have improved the quality and content of
We probably, like I said, we probably won't do the readability. We did have to hire an external consultant to
Okay.
do the readability piece, but I think the sort of the value from this second go round will be providing that assurance on the validity and objectivity of what's in the reports.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you.
I'll move receipt of information. I don't think at this point I'm willing to change it, but maybe as I understand, I'll move receipt of information and then maybe intro it. I'm starting to
Okay,
speak.
go ahead, please.
I won't adjust it, but I guess my understanding from the auditor is that this is the work plan, but things will kind of be adjusted and adapted as you go. So do consider, if you're starting to see more risks in other areas that we've just highlighted, specifically for me around those owner's engineer or the composite profiles, that there would be willingness for you to come back to a future audit committee and do that adjustment. So I just want to put that out there, but for right now, I'm not willing. I think that you've made strong and sound and thoughtful recommendations, and so would keep the work plan as it is. So that's why I put receipt for information on the floor.
Okay, so the recommendation in the report itself, so you are.
Is it a
just
different
changing it to
recommendation?
receipt for information?
Just a second.
Or are we just approving the plan?
No, the recommendation in the report is that that it's received for information, from my understanding. Is it not?
No, I'm reading it to be that the Office of the City Auditor 2025
okay.
annual work plan is set out in attachment.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong report recommendation. I apologize.
We've had a number today, so I can see.
I know, I was at 9, I was still on 9.2.
Okay, we're at 9.1 now.
Sorry. Okay, so yes, I withdraw my original receipt of information. And then I replace it with that the Office of the City Auditor 2025 work plan as set out in attachment 1 of the November 29th, 2024 City Auditor report be approved, and I will not move the second part though.
But can we move that the discussion remain in private? As noted
Sure.
on the screen?
Sure, that the discussion remain in private.
Okay,
except for the discussion we had in public.
This would be the discussion that you had in private to remain private, but this would make the documents public.
Okay, perfect. Then yes, I move that.
Thank you. Anyone, any questions? Anyone to speak? Did you want to close, Councillor Rutherford?
No, I think I kind of said it in my intro of what I thought was receipt of information. So apologize for that. But again, just thank you. I think it's really great to see. I guess one thing I will say that I haven't said is, knowing that you have the full staff complement that I know the city auditor's office has been functioning without a full complement of staff. And I think this work plan really reflects, how much more can be achieved when you have that full complement. And I'm very excited to see, the thoughtfulness and the comprehensiveness and the different areas that you're focusing on. So it's a really great plan, and I look forward to getting those reports back.
Thank you very much, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We're closing in on the lunch hour, so I think we will recess and then return at 1:30 for our time-specific item with KPMG. Thank you very much.
We are live from council chambers.
Thank you very much. So I will call this meeting back to order and just do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. And Member Matamambe.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Mayor Sohi will not be with us today. So I get the pleasure of... Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Are you online?
I sure am, yeah.
I am sorry. And what other councillors do we have online with us today? Let me just take a look. I can't understand why none of our council colleagues are joining us for this fun today. So now I would like to take the time to introduce some guests to Chambers here. The students from Bessie Nichols Schools, grade 6, and their teacher is Mr. Barnes. Hello. You are in the ward Sipawiniwak, which is Councillor Hamilton, and she's not with us today, unfortunately. So, but welcome to City Hall. And are you doing a mock council today at all? Right away? Okay, and have you elected your mayor yet? Yes? Do you want to come down to the podium? Sure, come on down. Just ask you a couple simple questions.
It's the chicken issue.
Oh. So hi, I'm Councillor Wright, and your name is?
Maddie.
Maddie, hi, nice to meet you. And so you're going to be the mayor today, are you?
Yes, so
okay. And what topic are you going to be discussing or debating?
Should chickens be allowed in backyards?
Okay, and any sort of initial thoughts that you have on that?
I don't know.
Well, I know when it came to council quite a few years ago, my daughter was quite thrilled to want to have chickens in the backyard. She never got them though, so. All right. So again, welcome, and I hope you do enjoy the debate. Let me know what your council decides, okay? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, and now we'll get on with an equally fun activity, and that is welcoming our guests from KPMG. I want to get the letters right. So, all right. So item 7.7, and you have a presentation ready to go?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone in the committee, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Natalie Kinnell, and I'm a partner in KPMG's Edmonton office here. And I'm here with Nico Ferderer, who's a manager in our firm. We're here to present our audit plan for the city's consolidated financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2024. Our plan summarizes our approach, our scope, and the timing of our procedures for this year's audit. We'll assume that the committee has had an opportunity to read the materials, and we'll draw your attention to some key points and changes from the prior year. As a refresher, the purpose of our audit is to express an opinion as to whether the financial statements are prepared in all material respects in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. Our external reporting responsibilities are consistent with the prior year, so we'll not only be reporting on the consolidated financial statements of the city, but also on the City of Edmonton Pension Fund and Employee Benefit Plans, the financial statements of the Firefighter Supplementary Pension Plan, and the City of Edmonton Municipal Financial Information Return. There are also various grant reporting requirements which we attest to for the city. We're also separately engaged to report on a number of entities which are included in the consolidated financial statements but are separate from this consolidated audit. So those would be the statements of EPCOR Utilities Inc., the Edmonton Public Library Board, the City of Edmonton Not-for-Profit Housing Corporation, Explore Edmonton, Edmonton Unlimited, and the Fort Edmonton Management Company. I'll start by confirming that we are independent of the city as required by our professional standards, and we will continue to follow controls and conflict checking procedures to make sure that we are transparent on all services we provide to the city. I'll start a discussion in the report on page 8. So if you turn to page 8, this is where we discuss materiality for the audit. Our audit is designed to detect misstatements and errors in the city's financial statements that individually or in aggregate are material. And material is deemed something that, if left unadjusted, would bear on the decision-making of this council or of another user of these financial statements. Materiality for our 2024 audit has been established at $105 million, and this is 2.7% of budgeted expenses. The budget figures are based off of the budget that conforms with public sector accounting standards, and it is after considering any supplemental operating budget adjustments approved to date. This would be consistent with the basis for determining materiality in prior years. Adjusted or unadjusted misstatements that are greater than $5.25 million, if any, would be reported to this audit committee in the conclusion of our audit in our audit findings report. In addition, if there are any other findings or process improvement observations, we would communicate those at the cessation of our audit. Continuing on page 9 of our report, we discuss our risk assessment process as it concerns the various operating components for the city, and I wanted to highlight on this one because there has been a change in our auditing standard this year. So professional standards do mandate that we understand the city's organizational structure and how the control environment exists throughout the city. As in previous years, we have componentized the city based on business areas that have been defined by administration. This year, there has been a change in the standard where in the past we did more of a vertical analysis where you looked at significant business areas and that's financial significance, and then looked at all financial statement elements within that business area. It's switched to more of a horizontal view where we look on a financial statement caption level, see how that balance is dispersed throughout the areas of the city's operations, where that risk lies, and then target procedures over that. Now, while it alters our logistical approach to how we determine the components in scope for the city, I will comment that our outcome remains largely consistent with what you've seen in the prior years. And it's primarily due to the city's operations being centralized in a few key business areas. If you want some more information, we do have additional details on our group scoping within the appendices of our report. Continuing to page 10, this discusses an area of significant risk with respect to our audit, and that is the risk of fraudulent financial reporting as a result of management override of control. Just a refresher that this is a requirement of our professional standards, so we cannot rebut it. It is present in any audit, whether it's the city or another organization that we audit. And given its non-rebuttable nature, we respond primarily through looking for unusual or high-risk journal entries using data and analytics to do so. Another area of focus for our audit is with respect to new accounting standards, and these are on the following pages. In the current year, there are 3 new standards that the city will need to implement. These are PS 3400, which is a new revenue standard, PS 3160, which is with respect to public-private partnerships, and PSG 8, which gives further guidance on purchased intangibles. We have been in discussions with administration on the adoption of these standards throughout the year, and we understand that they're currently completing their analysis of what the impact will be to the city's financial statements. I'll make the comment to this committee that generally across the country, we're seeing that these standards have typically resulted in a lesser quantitative impact than what you may have seen last year, for example, with the asset retirement obligation standard, which saw quite a significant liability come onto the balance sheet. But management is still assessing what that impact could be for the city specifically. Once administration's analysis is complete, we will perform audit procedures over significant assumptions or significant adjustments that result. The other areas of focus that are highlighted in our report are largely consistent, so that will be on page 11 of our report and 10. These are with respect to the recognition of revenue that are subject to external restrictions, so specifically grant revenue from the provincial government or federal government, portfolio investments, and tangible capital assets, and that's both purchased or constructed, and those that have been contributed. The final item I'll draw your attention to is on page 13 of our report. As part of our audit process, we are required to inquire with this committee with respect to whether there's any fraud or non-compliance in the city, as well as information on related parties or significant unusual transactions. We've had similar discussions with administration and with the city auditor in advance as we prepared this audit plan and want to
make the note that based on those discussions, there's nothing material that we have noted. However, I would ask the committee that if there are other matters that we should be considering through the preparation of our audit plan, you can reach out to me directly. My information is in the audit plan, or you are welcome to communicate to us through the city auditor. That is an overview of our audit plan for the 2024 year. We are, of course, very appreciative of the continued opportunity to work with the city as your external auditor, and would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much. I don't think we're looking for anything from administration at this point. Just questions to KPMG? Mr. Matamambe, did you trying to get on the board? Okay, go. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to KPMG for the insightful presentation. I just wanted to come back to the comment around the assessment of the impact of the new standards. And while looking at page 14 of a presentation, which is giving your key milestones, we are in November, December, almost December. And I just wanted to understand if it's normal that the impact is not quantified by now, at least so the audit committee has insight into that as well.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you, Mr. Mamambe. I would say that we're seeing that the city's analysis is quite robust, what we've seen to date. And so I think that is reflective of the time they are taking to prepare that analysis. The city of Edmonton is not outside of the norm, what we've seen across other municipalities in Alberta or across the country. But I would say that we've had a lot of very constructive conversations throughout the year, and I understand that their analysis is to be completed within days at this point. So I would say I have no concerns about the timing of it, and we've had some very robust conversations of what I expect to see in the final analysis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And if I'm hearing you correctly, does it mean that there is nothing, at least from an audit committee standpoint, that should be coming as a surprise, from your final reviews?
I mean, I'll reserve comment for when we've completed our audit procedures at this point, or I would defer to administration if they have any insight they'd want to prepare or share with the audit committee at this time on the analysis.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, I think I'll take it up to administration just to get a sense of, how the process is progressing and what, if any, material issues are coming through from that assessment.
Yeah, thank you. So still going through the assessment period, and as KPMG has indicated, we're fairly close in completing our assessment. I'd say it's still too early to kind of provide any conclusive comments on what the impact might be. So similar to KPMG, I think I'll reserve my comments until we're closer to actually having the audit complete.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the comments. And I'll come back to the auditors, KPMG. Basically reading your report, it appears as though there's consistency with prior years, and that's what you've commented on. Is there anything else the audit committee should be aware of other than what you have in your presentation?
Nothing else that we would want to make the committee aware of at this time. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Wright, thank you for starting the meeting. I got delayed with another meeting, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. So I'm just wondering about the areas of risk around government transfers and user fees. Is the risk that you're assessing just sort of the paper trail of the money in and being used for something else, or is it also the risk of decreasing revenues from those sources and what the risk is to the city?
For sure. Thank you for the question. I would say that it's more on the accuracy and the existence of the revenue. So when you look at government transfers, for example, other levels of government can put stipulations on how funds can be used, whether for a capital project or operating. And so the public sector accounting standards will say you can't put those dollars into revenue until you have satisfied those stipulations. So that is a key portion of our testing, seeing that the funds have been received, but also that stipulation has been met prior to it being recognized as revenue. If those stipulations are not met, then the dollars received would be in the statement of financial position as deferred revenue.
And that would be a similar situation where user fees are paid in advance for certain situations throughout the city. You would want to make sure that that service or that good is provided prior to it being recognized as revenue on the statements of the city.
Okay. Too bad. I was hoping for a more holistic view. Okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
So sorry, so if grant funding we're getting from, say, from the province or the feds for capital infrastructure, they'll say, okay, we'll give you cost shared 1/3, 600 million project, we'll give you 200 million. You're saying we should account for the $200 million when we actually get the money? So, sorry, I missed the earlier conversation. Is that what you're saying, that even though commitment is there, we can only count when it's actually delivered?
So public sector accounting standards would state that when you receive the cash, if there are stipulations to the use of that cash, you cannot recognize the revenue element of that until that performance obligation is met. So in your example of a capital expenditure, if we received $200 million from the provincial government to fund a capital project, that would be recognized as those capital expenditures are incurred. So as you use those funds in that construction project, you would recognize the revenue into an expended revenue circumstance.
Got it. But isn't that how we bill capital projects to other, like, I thought we send them the bills, then they pay the bills, right? That's how it's structured, isn't it?
I would say that broadly, it's not a requirement for the accounting standards that billings would align with either cash receipt from a province or progress on a project. It's hard to make a broad statement against all projects, but there could be circumstances where a billing schedule would differ from an accounting revenue recognition, given that the accounting literature would not state you recognize revenue on the same basis as billings, but rather on the progress or the expenditure on the project.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, that concludes the questions. Thank you. Nice to see you as always.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. This was, Member Monday, you want to, member?
Yes.
You want to move that?
Okay, I do so move the motion that the KPMG audit plan for the year ending December 31, 2024 is set out in the attachment of November 29, 2024 external report, extension 02749 be approved by the audit committee.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Seeing none. Member Monday, do you want to close or you want to vote?
Just a closing comment, again, to thank KPMG for the insightful presentation and to confirm that we do look forward to them bringing forward their reports to the audit committee.
All right, please vote. Sorry, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Did we conclude with the auditor's plan? We concluded everything else? Oh, you were pretty efficient. That's cool. So we are done then, other than motions pending? None. Notice of motions and motions without customary notice? I see none. We are adjourned at 1:51.